is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. Cold, chilly day in Atlanta as the Cardinals look for the sweep as they wrap up their first road trip of 2016. Not sleeping, but visualizing what could be his 9th win against the team he grew up cheering for. That's Adam Wainwright, 8-2 all-time in 10 starts against the Atlanta Braves. With Jim Hayes and Tim McCarver, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Welcome to St. Louis Cardinals baseball and how this road trip has changed. When you looked at what happened with Pittsburgh, they were swept. 37 strikeouts in 3 games, and now all of a sudden they've turned the tables here on Atlanta.
Yeah, less than 48 hours ago, the Cardinals came in here saying, how can we erase what happened in Pittsburgh when they were swept 3 by the Pirates? Well, just sweep the Braves, and that's what they could do today. With a win from Adam Wainwright.
The bullpen ERA has been sensational, 0 here in Atlanta. A little history on Friday night, and those new faces are in the lineup today. Garcia, Moss, Hazelbaker. The Cardinals looking for a sweep. St. Louis, Atlanta comes your way next. Baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. By Chevrolet. Visit your local Mid-America Chevy dealer for great prices on the all-new 2016 Malibu. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. For Mike Matheny and the Cardinals, they look for a sweep here today to even up their record at 3-3, and then the entire look of the road trip changes if you finish at 3-3 heading into the home opener tomorrow. Along with Tim McCarver and Jim Hayes, I'm Dan McLaughlin. We're at Turner Field in Atlanta. It's 52 degrees this afternoon.
Everything starts with Matt Carpenter. He had Carpenter-like at-bats last night.
In this series, he is 3 for 8. Some of the regulars will sit today, like a Matt Holliday. And the first pitch is taken for a strike, and we're underway. That's Williams Perez from Venezuela gets the call today. Made his major league debut a year ago with Atlanta. The 0-1 pitch. Perez split time with their AAA affiliate and the big leagues. He went 7-6 at the major league level with a 4.78 ERA, just over 100 innings. The 1-1. Even though the Cardinals won in a blowout last night, I'm sure both teams want to play a much better game in terms of how crisp it was played, defensively the way it went, especially when you look at it from the Atlanta side. Just an ugly game number 2 last night.
And what's still irritating the Cardinals, their middle defense, right around the second base bag. That is so vital because that's where most double plays are started.
Here's a 3-1 pitch. Full count. Both teams are still striking out a lot, but the Cardinals putting the ball in play as well at crucial times, as they had key hits with runners in scoring position in both nights of this series. Cardinals received 9 walks last night. 9. In the air near the left field line in foul territory, and the catch is made by Hector Olivera, and Carpenter is the first out, and we're underway on this Sunday afternoon. So a look at the lineup for Mike Matheny's club. It'll be Carpenter, you just saw him, now Jeremy Hazelbaker, Stephen Piscotty, and Brandon Moss, then Adams, Molina, Wong, Garcia, Wainwright. A lot of left-handed bats in this lineup today. First week in the big leagues, Hazelbaker 4 for 10 with a pair of home runs and a double. Little chopper back to Williams Perez. 2 away. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center's defense with Oliveira in left, Stubbs in center, Nick Markakis is in right. Garcia, Ibar, Peterson, Freeman along the infield. Tyler Flowers is behind the plate. And some news today with the Atlanta Braves right before our first pitch. Ender Inciarte goes on the DL. They will have a corresponding move tomorrow as they take on the Washington Nationals.
Things do not get any easier for the Braves, facing Adam Wainwright today, Max Scherzer tomorrow. Steven Strasburg also going against the Braves in game 2 of that series. So things do not get any easier for the only winless team in the National League.
As you say, and you say it quite often, this is the big leagues, man.
The big leagues.
Here's a 1-1. Piscotty jam. Slowly hit. Barehanded attempt there by Garcia. Nicely done. Garcia over to Freeman. That low throw. Cardinals go in order. Wainwright to the mound when we come back. losses before his second start of 2016. Tim McCarver, your Toyota key to the game.
Adam looking for his first win in 50 weeks. Last April 25th, tearing that Achilles heel. And he has been anything but an Achilles heel to the Cardinals since coming over from Atlanta in December 2003.
Last year he was injured on April 25th. He had made 4 starts. He missed 142 games, so it was amazing to see him even come back last year after tearing the Achilles. Went into the offseason knowing he'd be healthy, and a healthy spring, and now trying to right the ship mechanically, as Jim talked about in the pregame show. The switch hitting Eric Aybar, the shortstop of the Atlanta Braves, will lead it off. Carpenter is in on the grass at third, the outfield straight away. I mean, every organization has that trade. You say, man, I wish we could just take that one back. There's a little flare out to left field, and a base hit. Drops in front of Brandon Moss. The one for the Braves in recent history is the guy standing on the mound for the Cardinals, and that's Adam Wainwright. Aybar, Markakis, and Freeman, followed by Garcia, Oliveira, Flowers, then Peterson, Stubbs, and Perez.
At the same time, the Cardinals are saying thank you very much.
Molina, another start behind the plate. He'll keep an eye on Aybar, and that's lifted in the air to center field. Going back, Hazelbaker. It's over his head. One hops off the wall. Aybar being waved in. He will score, and it's 1-0 Atlanta. RBI double for Nick Markakis, his 3rd ribby this year.
The Braves played so sloppily last night. Chip Carey, the announcer for the Braves, telling us that there may have been a meeting held by Freddie Gonzalez. He had every reason for it last night. If so, it's paying early returns as the Braves have 2 hitters up and lead 1-0. Aybar scoring easily once he sees Hazelbaker with his back to home plate. Don't even need a third base coach then.
This will be the 2nd time through the rotation for the Cardinals, and you could say that the best start of any of the 5 the Cardinals went out with was last night in Carlos Martinez with his 6 innings of work. The 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike on Freddie Freeman. He has a home run and 2 RBIs to start this year. Wainwright went 6 innings in the opener. 6 hits, 3 runs, struck out 3, but he walked 3, which is very unlike Adam. That's the one thing, Tim, you look at with Adam Wainwright, especially 4 or 5 years ago when he was even more of a power pitcher than he is that we see here today. But walks have never been an issue for him, and when you see the 3 walks in 6 innings, and he had a number of walks in spring training, you know that maybe mechanically something not quite right.
He's yet to throw a curveball. That's interesting. All fastballs thus far.
The 1-2.
There it is.
Kept in front by Molina very nicely. Two balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Runner at second base is Nick Markakis.
Markakis, anything but penniless.
The back pocket out. The 2-2 pitch.
So many bats are kept alive by guys with those emergency swings like Freeman had.
We've talked about it in this series. You really like Freddie Freeman.
Oh yeah, Who wouldn't?
Yep. There's that curveball again.
Adam saying after his first start, I was the epitome of an average pitcher today. He's been anything but average for the Cardinals during his tenure.
3-2 pitch, and he strikes out Freeman.
Good cutter right there. That ball darting inside. Actually a ball, but it started out looking like a strike. This is a good cutter from Wainwright.
It's Missouri Lottery Fox Tracks, and it brings in Adonis Garcia. Originally signed with the Yankees, was let go. The Braves picked up the 30-year-old 2 years ago. And he hits the first pitch out of play. Hyundai pitch arsenal for Adam Wainwright. This was his start a week ago. The opener last Sunday in Pittsburgh. Fastball, sinker, curve, and changeup. The Hyundai pitch arsenal.
You won't see too many major league pitchers, starters or relievers, who throw as many curves as fastballs.
One and one the count. So he's really just trying to feel for that curveball, which has been his signature pitch over the years.
There's a good one right there. Sometimes the cold weather has a lot to do with that, Dan. You can't feel the ball. You can't feel the stitches on the ball. You got to have the stitches for leverage to make the curve curve.
Runner at second is Markakis. The 1-2. Wainwright is now 8th all-time on the Cardinals wins list at 121. Of course, Bob Gibson, number 1 on that list, 251 wins. And I've said this before, I think it's just amazing. 255 complete games. Incredible. Big gap in left center, and a 3-2 pitch to Garcia. First walk issued by Wainwright. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center's defense behind Adam. Moss in left, Hazelbaker in center, Piscotty is in right. Carpenter, Garcia, Wong, Adams along the infield, Yachty behind the plate. And again, that is presented by Dobbs. So 3 of the 4 that Wainwright has faced have reached base. Single, double, now a walk, and here's Hector Olivera. And a ground ball double play. Wong, Garcia on to first, double play, 4-6-3. That's what Wainwright needed. Threat is through, but the Braves pick up a run. Williams Perez, the Hyundai pitch arsenal. A lot of sinkers. He finished up with an uptick. Last 5 starts was very good, Tim, and then he had a ball that hit off his foot, sidelined him for a bit, so they get him back this year 100% healthy.
Not a real hard thrower, but a guy who clearly knows how to pitch, from Venezuela, and a little reminiscent with the Masters going on 130 miles or so from here. He's got a body type like Angel Cabrera, the golfer who has won the Masters once, I believe. But this guy can pitch. He's got that innate sense that is rare for young guys. 240 at 6 feet.
Last year, first time through a lineup, teams hit over 330 against him. But then after that, he would settle in. We'll see if that's the case in this ball game this afternoon. Cardinals win in order in the top of the first. Here's Brandon Moss against the shift. He doubled last night, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Cardinals had 20 at-bats with runners in scoring position last night. 20.
Oh, that's amazing.
It really is. And it looks like it caught the back foot, the left foot of Moss, and he's hit by the pitch. And the Cardinals have their first base runner of the day.
That's one of those breaking balls that it's really called a back foot slider. That's too good a pitch. Too much break. You don't want it breaking this much as it hits the foot of Brandon Moss. But true to its name, the back foot hits his foot.
So Moss is the Cardinals' first base runner of the afternoon. And here is Matt Adams trying to get on track. Shift is on for Adams. We've talked about this before. It gets a little complicated when you hit it to the left side. Let's say it goes to Garcia, the third baseman. Ibar is the shortstop. He would have to cover, presumably, with a double play. Any normal defense, you'd have the second baseman coming over to turn that double play.
Yeah, and the chances of Matt Adams doing that, hitting a ground ball to the left side, so remote. And that's why they're that's why they're shifted as much.
The 1-1. Saw Adams drop down a couple of bunts in spring training against that shift, and now with 2 strikes. Garcia, who was playing in, the third baseman, backs up towards the shortstop position. Short lead at first by Moss, and a strikeout of Matt Adams.
We've talked about a number of Cardinal hitters caught in between. Matt Adams getting in the hole, swinging at the first pitch, and then taking strike 2 and strike 3.
Nice round of applause for Yadier Molina. Many Cardinal fans here at Turner Field. Many fans disguised as seats as well. A sparse crowd on this Sunday afternoon. Runner goes. The hit and run was on, and it's fouled back.
The reason that most major league managers hit and run when the hitter is ahead in the count is the chance of a pitch out is remote. So 1 ball and no strikes, a much better count on which to run than no balls and 1 strike.
Shade Molina to the opposite way. 1 ball, 1 strike. Short lead at first for Moss. And Yadi pops it up. Backing up to make the catch is Peterson. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you have come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in high definition on over 400 supported devices. Visit MLB.TV for details. With 2 outs, here's Colton Wong, who had a 3-hit night in Game 2.
One thing really good base running coaches pick up on is when a runner, regardless of his speed, always leads off with his hands on his knees. And Brandon Moss, hands on his knees. There's no reason for you to have your hands on your knees when you're taking the lead. The reason is because in order to run, you have to take your hands off your knees and then run. That's why good base runners, again, regardless of your speed, they don't lead off with the hands on the knees.
Wong with a fly ball into left center field. This ball may get down. A late break by Drew Stubbs. He was waiting for Oliveira to come over and make the catch.
That happened last night in right center.
And that was with Stubbs and Markakis. Midway through 2, Braves on top. Out of break. It's 1-0 Atlanta. And we move to the bottom of the second. Let's check in with Jim Hayes.
Dan, Adam Wainwright was not happy with the start in the season opener in Pittsburgh. Gave up 3 earned runs over 6 innings. He said he didn't have his feel for a couple of pitches, including the curveball, but he thinks he found the problem by watching his delivery in the mirror. He says he found 4 or 5 things in his delivery that were off just by looking at his reflection. He said, quote, "It's an inch here, 2 inches off there, which causes the very end of the pitch to be much different in terms of result than what you wanted it to be." The good news, Waino thinks he has fixed the problem, Dan, not by video, computer imaging, but with a mirror.
And Jim, he's always upbeat too. Even when the start was 0-3, he talked about how this team will come together and the pitching will be fine. I just don't think you find a more upbeat guy in sports than Adam Wainwright.
Yeah, and it's not just talking about it. You get the sense that here's a guy who knows what he's talking about. Like he knows something maybe other people don't. So when he says things are going to be all right, people listen.
All right, Jim, thanks. Looking forward to your stuff on opening day tomorrow as well. The 2-1 pitch. And Molina maybe sees something he doesn't like either. Mike Matheny talked about this with Molina's visit, and you mentioned it specifically, how you don't like mound visits, but sometimes certain issues, certain players, it works. It worked last night with Martinez, and maybe it works here with Wainwright.
It's going to work more with Martinez than it would with Adam.
It might be a mechanical thing too that Molina is picking up. Maybe. Oh yeah, Tim McCarver.
No.
Oh yeah.
No. Catchers are not pitchers. So what allows them to talk about mechanics? They've never thrown a ball from the mound. So you're an expert on results. You're not an expert on a mechanic of delivering the ball. Is that clear, Dan?
Ooh. Man, you came fired up to them. You told me you were going to be fired up today, and you are bringing it.
I told you, and I meant it. Don't mess with me.
For people that don't
Especially
know,
day game after a night game.
if they can only see us before and after games and how much fun we have and the trouble we give each other, it is fun. Here's Jace Peterson, who's 1 for 8 to start the season.
You know, it's nice when your business is a pastime.
Yeah, and that's what we have here. This is a lot of fun. I'm glad that Molina straightened out the mechanics there of Wainwright. Cut his mic. Don't let him answer. A strike to Peterson.
That's the first strike Adam has thrown since, by the way.
Uh-huh. By the way. I got you. I know where you're going. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball, double play ball. Bobbled by Wong, out there to first, and not in time.
That's what we talked about earlier in the first inning about the middle infield still with problems, even though the Cardinals scored 12 runs last night. That's a double play ball. It's got to be turned, but also we've talked about Colton Wong so many times, much better going to his right and to his left than on balls hit right at him. This ball right at him, a little bobble. They tried to complete it, but not in time to first.
I wonder how many combinations of middle infielders played together in college and now do it with the same team in the major leagues. And that's what we have here today with Garcia and Wong, both from the University of Hawaii. Teammates there, the combination up the middle, and now doing it in the big leagues. That has to be a rarity.
Well, I'll say. Even being signed by the same organization.
Right. Here's the 0-1. Fouled back by Stubbs, the 8th place hitter. Rocky start defensively for both these teams. 9 errors committed by the Cardinals, with 7 of the 9 coming from the middle infield. The 0-2. And just to make sure that you know that we did not give Colton Wong an error on that play, but just reinforcing the point that there have been miscues to start this first week of the 2016 season. A short lead at first by Peterson. Opening day 2016, the home opener will be tomorrow. We'll be on the air at noon with a 3-hour pregame show. And you will not miss the motorcade and the Hall of Famers, which begins at 2:30. We'll have that for you commercial free. Wanted that one, didn't get it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Not too often at the ballpark do you have a chance to see the motorcade and the Clydesdales
right
the same day.
We've talked about it this weekend, but you don't want to miss seeing Lou Brock throw out that first pitch. Two balls, 2 strikes. 31 pitches here in the first 2 innings to get 4 outs. Curveball misses low and away. Count runs full. So he thought he had the strikeout on the 0-2 pitch, and now the count runs full. See if they want to start the runner Jace Peterson on this 3-2 pitch.
Absolutely.
Could be that patented strike him out, throw him out with these two with this combination. There he goes, and the pitch is taken for a ball. 3 walks. This week only, T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB.TV Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now. Catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network.
Adam having a tough time throwing that curveball for strikes so far. He's not gotten the feel of it, nor did he have it in Pittsburgh.
So Perez, the pitcher, squares to bunt. Strike one. Corners are charging here. How do you think the Cardinals want to play this?
Safely.
Just get the out. Don't take the chance.
There's one out. I mean, it's still going to require a 2-out hit. Don't do anything fancy.
Carpenter charging at third.
Think of the odds.
Yep.
The odds are not with you to get a double play on this ball.
Wainwright will get the sure out. Long covering. Runners advance to second and third.
If it's nobody out in that situation, I think Molina says for Wainwright to go to third base. They'll take the chance because you're probably going to get the pitcher anyway at first. But with one out, you don't want to take the chance.
6 is a serious number at On the Run. The Cardinals score 6. Any size drink, just 50 cents the next day at your nearest On the Run. Switch hitting Eric Ibar. Dumped a base hit into left field. First time up and score the lone run. First pitch is a strike. Well, you know Wainwright is a tick off when he's walked 3 here in the first 2 innings.
Yeah.
That's just not him.
Primarily it's been his curveball, though. He's fine with his fastball, spotting it well. But the curveball is giving him problems thus far.
0-1. I thought maybe his best pitch of the day was the cutter that he threw to Freddie Freeman back in the first.
Accurate.
Outfield is shallow, straight away. Carpenter on the grass at third. The 1-1 lifted out to left field, and the catch is made by Brandon Moss. Playing in, takes that hit away. That saves 2 runs. We played 2. Braves on top. It's 1-0. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. And by Steel Outdoor Power Equipment. Quality, reliability, and value. Find a servicing Steel dealer at steeldealers.com or search STIHL. Turner Field in Atlanta. 8th place hitter is Greg Garcia. Reminded that Mike Fontenot and Ryan Theriot were teammates at LSU and then teammates with the Chicago Cubs.
As a double play combination.
That's right.
Yeah.
Ryan Theriot was part of the World Championship team in St. Louis. The Riot. Ryan Theriot.
And Garcia with a pinch hit walk last night. Home run the night before as a pinch hitter.
Leadoff walk to Garcia. Opening week around Major League Baseball 2016. Home opener tomorrow in St. Louis.
You know the attitude you take if you're a bench player, an extra guy like Garcia? You always try to make yourself felt. Very, very important. Out of sight, out of mind. Your chances are going to be limited. So when you do get a chance, take advantage of it. And for the most part, he's done that over the last 2 years for the Cardinals.
Especially as a pinch hitter. Homered the other night. Squaring the bunt, Adam Wainwright. Gets the bunt down. Perez will tag out Wainwright. And Garcia is in scoring position. So here is Carpenter. Runner at second. He flied to left his first time up.
For the most part, so far, Perez has just spotted his fastball. I can't think of a breaking ball that he's thrown, maybe a cutter or two, but it's almost been all fastballs thus far.
They said Teheran last night obviously wasn't himself, but they said Perez is a lot like Teheran, very similar velocity, what they feature, as Carpenter hits it out of play. Tying run in scoring position for St. Louis. That's Greg Garcia.
Another Greg Maddux showed the value of finger pressure in pitching. Finger pressure on the middle finger, on the forefinger. The Hall of Famer Greg Maddux. Nobody ever did it better with finger pressure in pitching than Maddux.
How many left-handed hitters gave up on that ball starting at the hip or the knee? And all of a sudden, whoop, right down central.
And the bullpen coach of the Braves is one of the big reasons that they did that. Eddie Perez is the coach in the bullpen. Remember, the umpires gave him warnings about sitting up outside or inside the left-handers, as you'd say. Give up on that give up fastball. The arms would go up. Strike three. See you later.
Basically, Perez is personal catcher. Javi Lopez then would catch everybody else. That gets away. Garcia to third. That almost hit Carpenter. Similar pitch that hit Brandon Moss.
Yeah, that's that breaking ball that keeps on breaking. Maybe that's the reason that Perez has not used that breaking ball that much. No control.
Flowers getting a chance to play. A.J. Pierzynski, long night in game 2. They had Christian Bettencourt, who was one of their top prospects, and it just didn't pan out. So then Pierzynski got a chance to play when he came to Atlanta, and here he is back for another year. The infield is drawn in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A chance here for Matt Carpenter. You can hear that up here. He said, "Oh no."
talk about that, you know, that Maddox fastball, that ball tailing, and Matt Carpenter thought it was going to be inside. It was not. Matt may have thought it was high, but the ball on the plate.
So the Cardinals need a 2-out hit from Jeremy Hazelbaker. Rounded back to the pitcher his first time up. First pitch taken low. Well, lost in the excitement of watching Hazelbaker has been the fact that Randal Grichuk sits now. One 1-0 pitch.
That's well put, Dan, because the success of one has kind of dulled the performances of the other. The other, a key guy in the plans of the Cardinals this year. If they're going to go any place, if their offense is going to click, Grichuk's got to be a big part of that.
The 2-0. 2 balls, 1 strike. We talked about it last night. Worth mentioning again, it's from Grichuk himself, talking about the fact that, you know, mentally he's just not quite there and fighting it as this team is ready to head home and start the portion of the schedule at Busch Stadium tomorrow, which I think everybody's looking forward to. It's been a long road with spring training, first road trip, and then head back home. Inside, 3-1.
Our buddy Jim Cott, who was a terrific pitcher. Most think he should be in the Hall of Fame, and I'm one of them. 383 or 283 wins in his career. Used to say it's if hitters or pitchers could only cut their heads off and let their bodies go to work. I think that's one of the great statements.
It's the second walk issued by Perez, and he's also hit a man, and it brings in Piscotty.
We were talking about it the other day before Friday night's game about what hitters and pitchers should be thinking about once the game goes on, and the answer is nothing. And that was almost echoed in the Masters by Jonathan Spieth the other night in his post-game comments.
Jordan Spieth, yeah.
Jordan Spieth, I beg your pardon. You know, what do you think about out there? He said, well, if things are going right, nothing. I thought,
yeah.
Hey, everybody understands that.
This is such a hard game. I mean, the grind of the failure of this game.
Thinking of nothing is doing something.
So runners at the corners. Piscotty, all kinds of room on the right side. They hold the runner. Second baseman Peterson near the bag, and they pitch him outside. I think you might be doing Stephen Piscotty a favor by playing him that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he can ground the ball through on the right side very easily. It's one of his strengths.
Runner goes on the 1-0. That's Hazelbaker. Throw to second, and he's in there safely.
Second stolen base for Jeremy, and second baseman Jace Peterson had no intention whatsoever of trying to make the tag. He was in front of the second base bag, just blocking the ball, making sure that Garcia didn't score from third base.
The 2-0. All of a sudden, Perez can't find the strike zone. 3 balls, no strikes.
I think Mike Matheny turns Stephen loose right here. Why
Absolutely.
not?
Homered in game 1. And that's saying something with a young player like this, to give him the green light.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Understanding of the strike zone.
Respect.
Late call on that strike. 3-1. Mark Wegner is calling the balls and strikes. Marty Foster at first. Mike Machlinski is at second base, and Mike Winter, the crew chief, down at third. 3-1 the count on Stephen Piscotty. And a ground ball left side. Off the glove of Ibar. A run will score, and this game is tied. A base hit for Stephen Piscotty. Ibar has already committed 2 errors in this first week.
Last night, we saw Hazelbaker go from second to third on a sac fly to left field. And by stealing second base, as Roger McDowell, the pitching coach, is out to talk to Perez, but by stealing second base, that takes away the force at second base. Now, Ibar feels that ball entirely differently if Hazelbaker's on at first. So at a good inadvertent base running play by Hazelbaker by taking the stolen base at second base.
These are supposed to be quick visits. 30 seconds the rule now with Major League Baseball from the time that a manager or pitching coach steps onto the playing surface. 30 seconds to run out there, direct your message to your pitcher, and off the field.
Chip Caray was in our booth before the game, and we were talking about why not just eliminate all of it. Talking should be done before the game and between innings. That's what between innings means. So don't talk your way through winning a Major League Baseball game. And all the meetings are the same anyway. The pitching coach comes out. How do you feel? Okay, go get him.
And if a player would tell you, oh, I hope I'm taken out of the game, he should be in the big leagues.
Get me out of here.
Right.
I can't handle it.
Right. Yeah, I've never heard a player say, yeah, I'm ready to go. Get him up and go. I'm heading to the showers. I've had enough.
Be refreshing, wouldn't it? And never,
honesty with that,
and have him never come back. Sorry, I've had.
Enjoyed my time. We had a heck of a run. Moss out to right center field. Stubbs is back at the track. He's at the wall. It is gone. Brandon Moss with the home run. High towering shot into right center, and the Cardinals have their first lead of the afternoon.
Oh, does that ball bouncing off the heel of the glove of Ibar look bigger right now? That kept the inning alive. And Moss on a high fastball. Drew Stubbs almost neared the fence like he didn't know that the fence was behind him. Watch. Why not jump for that ball? It's almost like he curtailed the jump for whatever reason. Weird.
I think if he gets back in a better position, he makes the catch.
I agree with you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, the fence is not going to move. So the way they're trained is to get to the fence, and then you can either come forward or jump. And that jump was, I think, because of the way Drew went back for that ball, it was kind of half-hearted. He didn't jump but like 3 or 4 inches.
Yeah.
But if he jumps higher, maybe he has a better shot.
0-2 the count on Adams. I'm with you. I think the ball should, you know, if it's not caught, at least a much better effort to get the glove there in position to make the catch.
Yeah, it was like, it was strange. It was like he didn't know the fence was there.
And Brandon Moss, who has a double in this series, picks up a 3-run homer. And as Tim mentioned, the infield hit by Piscotty and the ball off the glove of Erick Aybar. That play looms large. The 0-2. And that's well hit. Opposite field. Oliveira makes the catch. The Cardinals pick up 4 runs. A 3-run homer by Brandon Moss. And it's 4-1 St. Louis. Opening day at Busch Stadium is tomorrow, and Fox Sports Midwest has your ticket to the festivities. We'll bring you an extended pregame show and all the opening day ceremonies from Busch Stadium. Cardinals home opener. Coverage starts Monday at noon with on-field ceremonies at 2:30 only here on Fox Sports Midwest.
Ozzie Smith, maybe the most athletic defensive player in the history of the game. Just from an athlete standpoint, I mean, I think so.
Out to right field, and that is caught by Piscotty. What a catch!
Speaking of athleticism, on cue.
Line drive off the bat of Markakis. You could see it wasn't a great route to the ball, but the long frame of Stephen Piscotty makes that catch.
If you don't have, sometimes you just can't get a good read on a ball. You don't pick it up quickly enough. So you rely on your athleticism, and that's what Piscotty did. So you talk about Ozzie Smith and good things happen to the Cardinals.
Voila. I wonder if the Wizard could still do some backflips on opening day. I bet he could.
I bet you he could. He looks, you know, his weight's the same as it was, maybe a couple of pounds.
Freeman with a fly ball out to left field. Brandon Moss in front of the track, and that's out number 2.
Nobody in the history of the game's ever taken the field with the backflip.
Right.
I remember.
Nope.
So that is indicative of certainly of his attribute as an athlete.
You know, Ozzie's talked about growing up. He loved basketball. He said basketball was a showman type sport. You know, you got a great showmanship. And he said, I looked at, for me, pregame taking ground balls, that was my chance to be a showman. And if you ever got to the ballpark early to see it, it was
dazzling.
It really was. It was fun to watch.
Dazzling.
Quick inning here for Adam Wainwright. Taken there by Colton Wong. The catch by Piscotty. Then the fly out by Freeman. Ground out by Adonis Garcia. We have played 3, 4-1 St. Louis. Third inning for the Cardinals. All the runs scored with 2 outs, highlighted by this 3-run homer, Brandon Moss. And then Stephen Piscotty right after that. This play in right. That ball was behind him when he made the catch.
Particularly effective then because the ball was to his right and not to his left. A much easier play when an outfielder, a right-handed thrower, has to go to his left.
There's Yadier Molina. And the medical team just taking a look at Piscotty. 1-0 pitch. Molina has popped out to second base. I wondered last night if Molina would make that start today, and you said without hesitation, oh yeah, he'll be in there today. And here he is.
Well, it's so early in the season. And of course the Cardinals have won a couple in a row, and that gives you more impetus, I think, to get Yadi back there.
Make a case, he is the most popular player right now in St. Louis. Yadier Molina. He'll have a huge
been for a number of years. Yeah.
Ovation tomorrow, no doubt.
Oh yeah.
The 2-2.
I think what partially leads to Yadi's popularity is his name. It's so easy to pronounce. It's rhythmic coming off the tongue. Yadi, Yadier. Down on strikes there, but I mean, think about children who look up, young baseball fans who look up to the Cardinals. Think about how easy it is to pronounce and how nice it sounds. I remember I had a speech impediment until I was 12 years old. You looked at me incredulously, but that's
surprising to me. Yeah.
And the Cardinals had two players that I loved and I could say in my sleep: Jabo Jablonski and Rip Rapolsky. That sound of consonants came easy to me, and obviously I grew out of it, but I remember that vividly in 1954. Jabo Jablonski, Ray Jablonski, and Rip Rapolsky. I don't even know Rip's real name. It was Rip to me. I don't even know his name today.
You'll hear the chants of Yadi at the ballpark. The younger fans come to appreciate him.
It's a beautiful sound when it.
For so many years, it was Ozzie.
Oh yeah, yeah. What's in a name? A lot.
There's a 1-2.
Our guys in the truck, Mike Helling and Tom, saying it's Eldon, I believe. Eldon Rapolsky. I've never heard that. To me, it's Rip.
There's a 1-2. And sometimes it's only just, hey, if you're in St. Louis, you hear, well, that's Red.
And everybody knows who it is.
Right? It's Ozzie. It's not Ozzie Smith. It's Ozzie.
No.
It's Red. It's Stan.
One name status.
Yep.
Like Napoleon in France. Or Ichiro.
You know that's pretty good when they put that name on the back too. Suzuki is the last name.
Right.
But he goes by Ichiro.
Yep.
Gibby. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ground ball that's tapped foul to Bill Miller. I said this to Billy the other day, and he's always kind of, oh geez, shucks kind of guy. And you know, we forget in St. Louis just what a great player Bill Miller was in the major leagues.
Led the league in hitting, for crying out loud.
For the Boston Red Sox, St. Louis native out of DeSmet High School, played at Southwest Missouri State, now Missouri State. And I said, Bill, you know, you may have the most famous hit in Red Sox history.
No question about it.
And he said, oh, well, Ted Williams had some great moments and others. And I said, Billy, 2004, Mariano Rivera, you drive in Dave Roberts and keep that series alive. And I just wish our fans appreciated maybe a little bit more of the history of the St. Louis native of Bill Miller, one of the great hitters to come out of our city.
Oh, yeah.
Very good guy, too. Back-to-back strikeouts, and it brings in Greg Garcia. Of course, you were doing that series on Fox, and it's one of the most remarkable series in the history of baseball to come back. The Red Sox down 3-0, and then eventually beat the Yankees and beat St. Louis.
Guess where I was when Bill Miller got that hit? I was in front of the Red Sox locker room with Jackie Autry, ready to go on the post-game show to present the trophy to the New York Yankees.
Is that right?
Outside the visiting clubhouse at Fenway Park. And after that inning, of course, I went back upstairs. Since the game was tied and the Red Sox won it in extra innings, won 3 more from the Yankees, and then beat the Cardinals by sweeping them in the World Series.
2-0 the count on Greg Garcia, who walked and scored back in the 3rd. This Cardinals great run can make a case that 2004 featured the best Cardinals team. That team was loaded. Edmonds, Pujols, Rolen, the acquisition of Larry Walker late in the season. Very good starting pitching. 2005 was a 100-win team. 2006 they sneak into the playoffs, get hot, and win the whole thing. 3-1 pitch. Good changeup, 3-2. And that's a walk to Greg Garcia.
For those of you who may have missed the detail, the Yankees were up 3-0 when that Bill Miller hit occurred. And prior to that game, the Boston Red Sox, for the most part, all went over to the Yankees wishing them well against the St. Louis Cardinals in the World Series.
Prior to that game.
Prior to that game. Prior to Game 4. Can you believe that?
Wow.
John Lieber of the Yankees, a right-handed pitcher, told me that story, and I could not believe it.
John Lieber was a 20-game winner with the Cubs at one point.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, Red Sox players were going over and wishing the Yankees well. They had, for the most part, now not all of them, but there were enough guys in the bullpen wishing them good luck against the Cardinals in the World Series. And it's the Red Sox who reeled off 8 in a row.
0-1 pitch. Wainwright sacrificed his first time up. Cardinals scored all 4 runs in the 3rd with 2 outs. Remember, John Mozeliak was behind the Larry Walker deal, helped make that happen in 04, and you're thinking this is the team. I mean, they were loaded. On the outside corner, taken for a ball, 1-2. It was a very hard-fought 7 games against Houston. Cardinals had the dramatics of Jim Edmonds in Game 6, walk-off homer, then his catch in Game 7. As Wainwright hits it out to right field, and there's Nick Markakis. He makes the catch. Cardinals strand a runner. They have stranded 2. We're midway through 4, and it's 4-1 St. Louis. In terms of the home opener tomorrow for our fans in St. Louis. With more on that, let's check in with Jim.
Dan, a number of new faces on the Cardinals will be getting their first taste of opening day in St. Louis. Most have heard about it. Most have seen the opening day ceremonies on television. Stephen Piscotty pinky swears he hasn't seen it on TV, and he doesn't want his teammates telling him too much about it because he wants to take it all in firsthand. Before the game, Greg Garcia in the clubhouse was giving Piscotty the spoiler, telling him some things about the ceremonies he didn't want to know about. And Garcia also told him that the players will be circling the field riding on the Clydesdales. Piscotty didn't buy it, but Dan, I can tell you, everyone is excited about getting back to St. Louis.
Yeah, we are as well, and this is Hector Olivera. How about for you, Jimmy? The duties tomorrow, we've got a 3-hour pregame show. 2:30 will be when the Clydesdales hit the surface at Busch Stadium in the motorcade. But as far as our responsibilities for the pregame show, I need to know where and when I can see you.
I have a live camera by the dugout. I'll be interviewing some Hall of Famers, some current players. Anyone who passes by, I'm going to grab.
What about Tim?
I guess my invitation got lost in the mail.
Exactly. You're not going to talk to him?
What am I, chopped liver?
You are not chopped liver, sir. I'm going to grab you. In fact, pencil that in. Put it on the board. Tim McCarver, first scheduled interview.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Jimmy. Olivera, Flowers, and Peterson. 4-1 St. Louis. 1 ball, 1 strike. Olivera grounded into a double play first time up. You know, I was thinking about this the other day, Tim, when you look at the success the Cardinals are having right now, and really it's about a 20-year run. You know, there's been a down team here or there, but for the most part, I mean, they are competitive year in and year out. There's a ground ball, and it's past Carpenter down into the corner, and Moss has to dig it out. Olivera on his way to second base. Early 2000s, late 2000s, the Cubs were okay, pretty good. A couple teams under Lou Piniella went to postseason play. Milwaukee had a team that was a few wins away from a World Series. Cincinnati, postseason play. And yet the Cardinals, you know, all those teams have had to go through a rebuild, and one is going through it right now. You can make a case for another. And yet the Cardinals keep that sustained success. I see here with Atlanta, rebuild. Cardinals still at that level. I mean, John Mozeliak and his team deserve a ton of credit for this great run.
It's the most difficult thing to do in this sport, maybe all sports, but particularly in baseball because of the farm system, to develop players while you're winning. Extremely difficult. You can win, and the price is so high that it may dishevel your organization for 8 years or so.
You go for it.
But yeah, you go for it. You take your chance, like Houston did in 2005, and then became so bad that they had to build up, and it took them 7 or 8 years to do that. And only until Jim Crane bought the ball club, the St. Louisan, by the way. But it's fascinating, and to have the streak and the winning prowess the Cardinals have had over the last 20 years, as you say, and yet still develop. It's amazing.
And also think about where they pick, you know, because they win. They're not getting, you know, the first or second pick in a draft. 0-2, and that curveball is getting a little better here from Adam Wainwright. Fouled back by Tyler Flowers, who was with the White Sox a year ago. He was part of the Javier Vasquez deal in 2008. When he was traded to the White Sox from the Atlanta Braves, originally drafted by Atlanta. A little bit high, 1-2. But in this sport in particular, it is very hard, as you mentioned, sustained success. Unless you're going to have a payroll of $200 million and you're going to go out and buy players. But even then, that doesn't always work.
No. Well, the Dodgers have proven that. $300 million payroll and nothing to show for it.
The 2-2. 14 straight years of postseason play for the Atlanta Braves, led by the Hall of Famers John Schuerholz, Bobby Cox, John Smoltz, Glavine, Maddox, soon to be Chipper Jones, who, by the way, is back in the organization as a special assistant to the GM. The payroll for the Braves stands at $69 million, lowest in the National League, second lowest in baseball behind Tampa Bay. Designated for assignment right before the first week of the season was Nick Swisher, Emilio Bonifacio, and Michael Bourne. And Swisher just signed a minor league deal with the Yankees.
One of the big reasons Joe Girardi's still the manager there, and Girardi had Nick. And Swisher earned a big contract with Cleveland when he left New York. Back with the Yankees.
3-2 pitch, hit out of play. The lights are on here at Turner Field. Kind of a gloomy, cold day here in Atlanta. Well, you don't see that, boy.
I was just thinking the same thing. You rarely see that from Wainwright, showing his emotions to that degree.
Be honest with you, Tim, I don't know if I've ever seen it to that level. Wainwright is a pretty cool customer.
Never let the opposition know you're frustrated. That's been his mantra, but obviously frustrated that he can't throw strikes in those situations with a 3-run lead.
That is 4 walks issued by Adam. So 2 on, count of 1 ball, no strikes to Jace Peterson. And a high fly ball lifted out to left field, going back. Brandon Moss, he's turned around and makes an over the shoulder catch. Runner will tag. That's Oliveira from second to third.
That's an alert play by Oliveira, but keep in mind that with him tagging up, had that ball been dropped, he probably ends up at third base. But he made the right decision, making the advance after the back to the infield by Moss.
Moss, by the way, is a natural outfielder that moved to first base to try to extend possibilities for his career, and it has paid off. So here you have the 8th place hitter in Drew Stubbs. And you just wonder if Freddie Gonzalez would then go to his bullpen potentially if he has a chance to score runs. We should mention.
I think you have to, Dan.
Yeah, and Tim, they've got 4 hits in the 4 games, 4 total past the 6th inning this year.
Yeah.
That's it. That has to be part of his mindset too.
Sure.
They just don't hit late in games.
Right.
And as we say that, Jeff Francoeur moves to the on-deck circle. And the lefty O'Flaherty getting loose. That pitch taken low. 2 balls, 1 strike on Drew Stubbs, who walked back in the 2nd inning. If you're wondering, Wainwright has had 18 games in which he has had 4 walks. last coming July of 2014 prior to today. Two and two. Cardinals turn a double play off the bat of Oliveira back in the first. Could have been two back in the second on a ball that was bobbled by Wong. They did get one out on that play. And Wainwright would love the double play here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cardinals leading by 3 runs.
Or a strikeout. The reason I say that is you have the batter in Drew Stubbs, who is a potential strikeout victim. He strikes out an awful lot, so you can't depend on a guy like this to get the runner in from third with less than 2 outs.
Time is called. This becomes a pretty big pitch in this game. 3-2 on its way. Fly ball lifted out to center field. Hazelbaker going back, and that ball is gone. 3-run homer. And with that, this game is tied at 4.
That's the other side of Drew Stubbs. When he does connect, he can hit a ball a long way, as he did that 3-2 fastball from Wainwright.
So with the game tied, Francoeur is pulled back, and Williams Perez will hit. Lines it foul. And I think the reaction of Wainwright said it all. Slumped over. This game tied now 4-4.
Well, one swing of the bat on the reaction of both pitchers. With Perez, he stays in the game with that home run, and the home run tying the game. And I'll guarantee you, one of the reasons that Wainwright was so disappointed, that walk to Jace Peterson.
Slowly hit to second base. Wong will underhand to Adams. With that, there's 2 outs, and it brings in Eric Ibar. There's David Bell, the bench coach for Mike Matheny. Mike saying the other day, I'm happy that I don't have yes men around me. And one of those decisions was in game 1. David Bell convinced Mike Matheny to pull back Matt Adams and use Aledmys Diaz as the pinch hitter. That broke a 4-4 tie with a home run. Ibar is 1 for 2. Scored a run back in the first on a base hit to left, and then flied out to left with 2 runners on in the second inning.
It's like Bill Belichick or an NFL coach, depending on his offensive coordinator.
And defensive coordinator.
And defensive
special teams coach.
Yep.
His quarterbacks coach, running backs coach, wide receivers coach. I say this all the time. Some people tell me, well, the game, it's just so slow. Every pitch has strategy in this game. Every pitch. This one right here on 1 and 2, there's strategy to it. Popped up. Shallow left. Moss was playing in, and he makes the catch. Stubbs the home run. His second hit in 2016. The reaction after this blast from Adam Wainwright. Thank you, Pat, with a 3-run homer. Brandon Moss with a 3-run homer. We're tied up 4-4 as we move to the top of the 5th. It's Carpenter, Hazelbaker, and Piscotty. Top of the lineup for the Cardinals. We're talking between innings about Adam Wainwright. And even though he has been around a long time, we forget he basically missed all of last year. And it may take just a little bit to get that feel back to where he was as one of the top pitchers in the game. Maybe.
Yeah.
It's a pretty hard game, Tim.
Look, let's face it, we're all auditioning. I mean, think about it. We are. We as players, we as spectators watching the game and the whole bit, and our jobs. Life is an audition. I'm not being frivolous when I say that either, but it's particularly true with major league players. You never assume
see it all the time in spring training with young players or even veterans that are trying to make a club. There's a high fly ball lifted into center. There's Stubbs. But how many players don't catch on with maybe the team they go to spring training with, but so many scouts are there. They're auditioning for the rest of the league.
Nick Swisher. Talked about him, just released by the Braves, signed with the Yankees. Now I'll guarantee you he went to the minor leagues with a whole new attitude, a whole new appreciation of the game. You know what I mean? I'll tell you, when you get released and you've had success in the major leagues, as Swisher has over a decade or so.
Hazelbaker bounces it up the middle. Tough play here, Peterson, and Jerry beats it out. The speed again. That's a base hit. He's on base for the second time.
All Hazelbaker has done is homered, then a pinch home run, and then a bunt base hit, and then went from second to third on a sacrifice fly to left. He's walked, stolen 2 bases, and a diving catch in the outfield. That's all.
Not a bad first week.
Man.
Here's Stephen Piscotty. Infield hit. Back in the 3rd.
Also, speaking of a guy who appreciates the game, who has struggled so long, 9 years in the minor leagues, signed a minor league contract with the Cardinals. Here he is with a chance to play, and has played well.
One of the key plays in this game was Stephen Piscotty up and had an infield hit off the glove of Ibar that, as you mentioned, if Hazelbaker doesn't steal second, becomes a force play at second and an easier play deeper in the hole. Extended the inning. Moss hits a 3-run homer. I think the way he's playing, it's going to be tough to get him out of the lineup. And it's the fine line because you got another young player in Grichuk that, you know, as you mentioned, is really a key to this lineup and the success of the offense. 1-0 pitch. Lifted in the air to right center field. Stubbs is over, calling off Markakis. Hazelbaker showed that he was going to tag up, and Stubbs knew that. Next weekend, Friday night, 30,000 fans ages 16 and older take home their very own replica Busch Stadium 3 with working lights. It's a one-of-a-kind stadium replica presented by Ameren, Missouri. All you have to do is visit cardinals.com/promotions and purchase the tickets for Friday night against Cincinnati. So that'll be it for Perez, and with a couple lefties coming up, it'll be O'Flaherty. We saw him in game 1. It's our Chevy call to the pen. for Brandon Moss, who knocked a 3-run homer out back in the 3rd. Most home runs at Turner Field, it was Pujols with 13. Ray Lankford had 6. Scott Rowland, Jim Edmonds, and Edgar Renteria. And he's now homered in against every major league team. Brandon Moss. That means you got power and you might be well traveled, and that's the case for Brandon Moss. Eric O'Flaherty came in to start the 8th inning in game 1 of a tie game, 4-4. Gave up a home run. That was to Diaz in 1 pitch, and gets the out off the bat of Brandon Moss. Hazelbaker on base twice. He just keeps on chugging along here in week 1. Giving you a behind-the-scenes view of Cardinals baseball with news, features, and more on Cardinals Insider. Find out what's on tap for opening day. Hear what players love about being a Cardinal, and an interview with the one and only Lou Brock. Cardinals Insider, brought to you by your Mid-America Chevy dealers. That's after the game on Fox Sports Midwest. First pitch is driven out to right center field. That ball will get down off the bat of Nick Markakis. And a leadoff double, the 5th hit allowed by Adam Wainwright. Chevy Fox Tracks and major league hitters don't miss pitches in this location.
Those fastball right down the pipe. Markakis, who had doubled to left center field his first time up, now doubles to right center field to lead off the 5th inning.
You know, Tim, I understand the move by Freddie Gonzalez to lift Williams Perez.
Kind of. But if I'm Williams Perez, I'm not very happy about that.
No, sir. In the 5th, a tie game, 2 outs.
Yeah.
Chance to maybe get a win.
So let me get one more out.
Right. Here's Freddie Freeman, the 2-time All-Star, struck out back in the 1st and also flied out to left. Last season, it was a career low 118 games for Freddie. Dealt with a wrist injury, then had an oblique injury. In the air. Right field, Hazelbaker makes the catch. Let's see his arm. To third base it comes, and Markakis is safe.
About the only thing Hazelbaker has not done is throw out a runner. Ball hit too deeply to get a guy with Markakis' speed.
Take a look at Bo Porter, the third base coach. This is getting into your job, man. Get down.
got to be pretty adept at yoga if you're Bo Porter.
You were showing me some yoga pictures earlier.
Yes, I was. Matter of fact, I'm a yoga aficionado.
Enthusiast, if you will.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
I've gotten away from it, though. Believe me. I'm sounding like I'm much more flexible than I really.
I was going to say, can you do the one where you put the knees on the?
No. That's enough. I think about that, and
Here's Adonis Garcia. The infield is drawn in. He has walked and grounded out. You just wonder, Tim, does Wainwright at this point of the season have the stuff to maybe put somebody away? He's got one strikeout today, but does he have that pitch to put a hitter away? Right now, he'd love either the strikeout or a ground ball.
Well, his breaking ball to Garcia, who is a free swinger, we talked about it the first 2 games. But Waino has not gotten his curveball over today. And that's been, that's why you're relegated to having to throw Stubbs a 3-2 fastball. Now walk to Garcia. The pitch to Oliveira.
This will be the 5th walk issued. First intentional.
This is an interesting move, and the reason it is because Garcia is such a free swinger. He's a guy who will go out of the strike zone to swing at balls.
What's on tap? It is the home opener. Taylor Youngman and Michael Wacha tomorrow on Fox Sports Midwest, and coverage begins at noon tomorrow. 3-hour pregame show, and hope you join us. What is always a special day in the Gateway City. Runners at the corners. And this pitch is popped up. Adams gives it a look, and it's out of play. The 0-1. Fly ball, left field. Moss will make the catch. Makes it on the track, and the Braves go back on top. Markakis scores. The RBI for Oliveira.
Even though that curveball is a strike, it's a hanger. And Oliveira bringing the hands in and hits the sac fly to give the Braves the lead.
Tyler Flowers has walked twice. Even with the 5 walks, the pitch count is only at 80 for Adam Wainwright. Carpenter is guarding the line, and with that, it goes right past him into left field. He was only about 2 steps off the line. Very curious here.
Well, that's where he plays, though, Dan. I mean, you know, I don't think Carpenter's protecting against the double. It's just, we talked about it in game 1, when it's easier for Matt to go to his left than his right. Like Matt Carpenter maybe tweaked something on his right side. But anyway, I mean, we've seen Carpenter with right-handed batters be on the line many times, even in non-doubles situation.
2 runners on. Here's Jace Peterson. This is the 11th at bat for the Braves with the runner in scoring position. We're only in the 5th. 1-0 pitch, 2-0. 2 on, 2 outs, 2 balls, no strikes. 5-4 Atlanta here in the bottom of the 5th. Time is called. Peterson grounded into a fielder's choice that should have been a double play back in the 2nd, and also flied out to left. Opening series against the Brewers at home features Wacha, Mike Leake, and Jaime Garcia. Evens it up at 2-2.
That's the best fastball Wainwright has thrown all day. I mean, he really let that one go. You talked about it last inning about how after missing a year, you have to work your way back into who you were before the injury. And sometimes you become too cautious if you're a pitcher. You don't want to really air it out.
It's a good point. Good breaking ball that time.
Yeah, that was the best curveball and the best fastball he's thrown to that hitter all day.
RBI for Oliveira. There's the breaking ball. Vintage Uncle Charlie from Adam Wainwright. Top of the 6th. This Wednesday, 30,000 fans entering with a ticket receive a poster celebrating the past 10 seasons at Busch Stadium 3. There it is right there. It's courtesy of Shelter Insurance. Visit Cardinals.com/promotions for tickets. Wednesday night is Mike Leake and Chase Anderson. O'Flaherty went out to warm up. Now we'll have a call to the bullpen presented by Chevrolet. Chris Withrow for the Atlanta Braves in this series. The right-hander, one of 7 that they have, will come into the ball game. O'Flaherty went out to warm up, pitched a third of an inning, and now it's the right-hander.
Yeah, it's a very good move by Fredi Gonzalez, the Atlanta manager, because even though Flaherty did not throw a pitch, he made the move and forced Mike Matheny to go to the right-handed hitter in Grichuk to pinch hit for Matt Adams. So that's when Fredi Gonzalez got the right-hander, and now the inning starts one pitcher later.
And it's Randal Grichuk. Shift is on for Randal. First pitch taken for a ball. Strike recognition right now for Grichuk, in addition to the mental aspect of playing at this level and what's going on with him.
Yep.
See him chase a lot of pitches out of the zone.
We talked about it last night. That's because he's jumping at the ball. You can't wait too long. Waiting and quick hands, 2 elements of good hitting. Waiting, quick hands.
3-0. I realize he's been chasing pitches, but the way that things are going, turn him loose on 3-0?
No. No way.
You can tie it up with one swing, too.
No way. No way, Dan.
3-0 pitch. And it's ball 4. It was that close to swinging, I'm telling you, Tim.
Well, you know, I'll tell you, you might be right. Might have to bow to you, partner, on that one, because he looked hitterish.
So it's a leadoff walk, and here's Yadier Molina, who is 0 for 2. Grichuk was the pinch hitter for Adams. Certainly a threat to steal.
The Detroit Tigers used to have a first base coach by the name of Pat Mullen. I went to Europe with him and Ron Santo and Ray Sadecki back in 1965 after the World Series. And he was a delightful guy. And I'll tell you what he said about some hitters who haven't been to first in a while.
Could do the hit and run, too, here with Molina. He does serve it to right, but the catch will be made by Nick Markakis.
Pat Mullen used to say that, folks, as a first base coach, I've seen hitters who haven't been down here for a while, and when they got here, they kissed first base. And I think, you know, if you want a little levity here, you can certainly include Randal Grichuk in that through the first, 5-6 games of the season. But he does have good speed, and that's what gives him an element that the Cardinals need.
Here's Colton Wong. Fly to center and also struck out back in the 4th inning. Withrow is pitched in the big leagues before. Big kid, 6'3", 240 pounds, out of Austin, Texas. He was acquired by the Braves along with Juan Uribe from the Dodgers for Alberto Callaspo, Juan Jaime, and Eric Stoltz. The 1-0. Grichuk is running, and a throw down to second base is not in time. I know you like that slide to the back end and feet first.
Feet first, straight in. No hooks. No diving into the bag. Straight in, pop-up slide. To the outside part.
And for those that missed it on the pregame show a couple of days ago, you had a segment looking at some key players last couple of years diving in head first and going down with injury.
The year before, Bryce Harper won the MVP, won it last year. That was 2 years ago. Diving into third base, Nolan Arenado of the Colorado Rockies, and A.J. Pollock most recently of the Diamondbacks, and it just kills an organization. A.J. broke his right elbow and will probably miss the season. He come back in September. Maybe.
No, he said last night he's done for the year.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, met with the media and he's done. big loss.
Oh.
The 2-1. Right now, Withrow is having issues throwing strikes. It began with Williams Perez. He went 4 2/3. O'Flaherty, a third of an inning, as he got Moss to fly out to right with a runner on, and now Withrow to start this 6th inning. The 3-1 to Colton Wong. Tying run in scoring position at second base. It's another 3-2. Wong pulls it foul past Billy Miller. Good matchups pitching wise around Major League Baseball. We'll take a look at momentarily. It was Kershaw and Bumgarner yesterday in San Francisco. Great duel there. And a ground ball pulled to second base. Peterson retires his counterpart Wong. 3 things to know around Major League Baseball. Here they are. King Felix is on the mound. 22-8 in his career against Oakland. Matt Harvey against the Phillies, and Shelby Miller, former Brave and Cardinal, faces Jake Arrieta today. Last start 6 earned runs, and it's been 2 poor starts for Zach Greinke for Arizona. Here's Greg Garcia. 2 walks today and a run scored. It's an all right-handed bench for the Cardinals this afternoon with Fryer. Just saw Grichuk, who stands at third, Jerko, Holiday, and Aledmys Diaz. 0-1 pitch to Greg.
Cardinals scored 2 runs on wild pitches last night. I'm sure that's going through Grichuk's mind at third right now.
The 1-1. It was a tough night for A.J. Pierzynski, wasn't it?
Oh, boy, it was.
I mean, you being a catcher for so many years, you know the rhythm of when a pitcher is around the strike zone. Well, there were pitches last night that were 2 feet outside the strike zone repeatedly.
Yeah. Balls in the dirt.
Ouch. Off the foot of Garcia, and he's hopping around the batter's box. We're talking about the great run the Braves have had, and one of the men we haven't really talked about all that much, Bobby Cox, Hall of Fame manager that was behind many of the moves with John Schuerholz, and obviously the field manager. Terrific.
Bobby Cox, also the manager of the Toronto Blue Jays in 1985, when Kansas City trailed the Blue Jays 3-1, and then went to the World Series and trailed the Cardinals 3-1. They came back and won 3 in a row in both the division playoffs and the World Series.
Taken low, and it's full. 3-2. Hit the other way, and this game is tied. Greg Garcia slaps it into left. That scores Grichuk, and it's 5-5. All the runs scored by the Cardinals today have come with 2 outs.
And yet another key hit by Greg Garcia, who walked and scored a run in the 3rd inning. First run by the Cardinals today, and a key 2-out hit. And that's a great point, Dan. All 5 runs with 2 outs. That's when you absolutely have to get a hit or have an error happen, and you can't depend on that all the time. Key hit by Greg.
Now Jed Jerko. Remember talking with Jack Buck about 1985, and he said the only thing that came out of it positive in his mind, Dick Howser receiving the championship for the Kansas City Royals. Jerko had a home run in the first series. A couple of RBIs. He's 3 for 14. That home run was number 50 of his career. So he's pinch hitting here for Adam Wainwright. The way the bullpens are set up, 5-5 game, you might say this favors the Cardinals as well as the bullpen has been.
No question. This also makes it very difficult for Greg Garcia to try to run in this situation, because if you run, then the pitcher's spot will lead off the 7th inning, and you lose a pinch hitter here.
The 1-1 to Jed Jerko. 2 balls and a strike as Withrow has been pitching behind in the count. Here's a 2-1 pitch. On its way. 3-1. Carpenter on deck. In this series for the Braves, sloppy defense, as we've talked about, especially in game 2, but they have had a number of walks issued, 9 last night, and in this game already 4. (3-1) to Jerko. And he walked him, make it 5. And out of the dugout goes Roger McDowell.
Well, 3rd inning, Greg Garcia walked, scored a run. Jeremy Hazelbaker walked, scored a run. Scored on the 3-run home run by Brandon Moss.
Speaking of home runs and Roger McDowell, we flash back. Terry Pendleton at Shea Stadium, September 11th, 1987. 2 teams going back and forth all season long. It would prove to be a dramatic regular season home run, and maybe the biggest of the year for the 1987 Cardinals, who eventually lost in 7 games to Minnesota in the World Series.
A lot of Cardinal fans, Dan, may not remember how tenacious the rivalry was between the New York Mets and the St. Louis Cardinals.
Back then, it was as good as it gets.
Yeah, wonderful.
That home run shocked the New York Mets, and now those 2 are coaches on the same staff. In July, the Cardinals had a 10.5 game lead over the Mets, and the lead was 1.5 games. September 11th of 1987. That's how big that home run was. Ron Darling started that game. Randy Myers pitched, and they finally got it to McDowell, who walked Ozzie Smith to open the 9th. Tommy Herr grounded out to Keith Hernandez. Dan Driessen then struck out. Willie McGee would single, and it brought up that home run off the bat of Terry Pendleton. I remember it like it was yesterday.
So do I.
1-1 pitch. Check swing and a foul ball. In St. Louis, they called the Mets in the 80s pond scum.
That's right. They couldn't stand Howard Johnson.
Oh.
Howard Johnson used to hit Todd Worrell with regularity. He'd go like 10 for 8 against him over the course of a season.
Tim, I was there the night that Strawberry put one off the clock and the scoreboard.
Curveball from Ken Daly.
That's right.
That was 1985, the last series of the season that those two teams would meet. The Mets had to sweep, and they won the first 2 games, and then Rick Aguilera lost 4-3 on a Thursday night, and that was it. Cardinals in postseason.
And that hit Carpenter. You could hear him up here saying, got me, and you could also hear the ball barely catch the foot of Carpenter. So that's the second Cardinals that has been hit by a pitch. The other was Brandon Moss, and Freddie Gonzalez wants to have a word with the home plate umpire. So after the realignment, of course, of Major League Baseball, as Freddie may ask for a review of this, but you know, the Mets and Cardinals may only see each other 6-7 times out of the year. That's it. And that was such a fun rivalry.
It really was. Even Davey Johnson and Whitey Herzog got into it.
Yes.
More than once.
Well, for Freddie Gonzalez, the problem with having one left-hander is that O'Flaherty's already been used, so he's got to go to a right-hander here to face a left-handed hitter in Jeremy Hazelbaker.
He may be making a double switch here too. Usually if the manager goes to the umpire first, that means, we talked about it last night, a review and a double switch. We'll see.
Chevy called to the pen. We'll tell you about the change when we come back. And get a free season-long subscription to MLB.TV Premium. Just head to T-Mobile.com/MLB. It is America's fastest-growing LTE network. As Tim mentioned, it is a double switch. Dan Winkler came in with 2 outs in the 7th in Game 1. Got out of that jam with a couple of runners on, and he'll come in with the bases loaded to face Hazelbaker.
Opportunity knocking once more for the Cardinals center fielder.
Part of that double switch is Gordon Beckham takes over at second base. Garcia had the key 2-out RBI hit, walked to Jerko. Carpenter hit by a pitch. And now a chance for Hazelbaker, who's been on base twice. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gordon Beckham, the University of Georgia standout and former Chicago White Sox second baseman, takes over. Ooh, did it hit him? Oh, he's saying no. Hazelbaker trying to sell it. Mike Matheny hops out of the dugout, and they'll take a look at this potentially.
Well, we've talked about this so many times that the best way, in my opinion, for the home plate umpire to determine on a ball like that whether it hit him or not is the reaction of the hitter. Because the reaction of the hitter, I don't think you can tell right there. I think Hazelbaker felt it hit the uniform. Otherwise, he can't react that quickly. These guys are up there to hit, not get hit.
And now in a hitter's count, 2 balls, 1 strike, bases loaded of a 5-5 game. 3-1. Winkler, 4th pitcher used by the Braves. Perez, O'Flaherty, Withrow, and now Winkler. 3-1 pitch with the bases loaded. And they're off with the next pitch with 3-2, 2 outs, bases loaded. Strikeout of Hazelbaker. Winkler comes back to get the Cardinals center fielder. Redbirds tie it up. It's 5-5. Cardinals starters, Major League Baseball ranked since 2007. And the Cardinals, any way you want to look at it, their starters have been so good. Many times those rotations have been anchored by Adam Wainwright. Maybe a Chris Carpenter since 07. Jaime Garcia mixed in there. It's our Chevy call to the pen, and it takes us to Seth Maness. I'm sure some fans are wondering, Tim, last night, why Seth Maness to pitch the 9th inning of a blowout game. They're trying to get him right. He had a scoreless inning last night. You got a couple of ground outs, a strikeout. And the first pitch to Drew Stubbs is taken for a ball. 8, 9, and 1 in the lineup. Part of the double switch. Beckham in the 9th spot in the lineup. And Maness in relief of Adam Wainwright.
those first 2 pitches today, the reason Seth Maness was in the ball game last night. Sinker ballers need work, and the more work they get, then if they miss with a pitch, it's down, like that last 0-2 pitch. They make their living right around the knees.
Maness, a quick worker. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wainwright, 5 innings in his second start. 5 runs, 6 hits, struck out 2, walked 5, 1 intentional. And there's a strikeout to start the afternoon for Seth Maness.
That wasn't around the knees, it was around the ankles.
Yeah. These are the numbers from last year, the Hyundai pitch arsenal. Fastball, sinker. We saw the changeup last night.
A good one.
And occasionally mix in the slider. Gordon Beckham, 29-year-old, career .242 hitter. Last year hit just .209 with 6 home runs and drove in 20 for the White Sox. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, we talked about it. If this is indeed a battle of the bullpens and both starters out, it would favor St. Louis. This first week, the bullpen has been lights out. Hit out to left, hooking, and off the top of the wall. Taken there by Moss, throwing to second base. Is not in time. Check that. I believe that is Hazelbaker, and it is. Hazelbaker's moved to left, with Bridgick staying in the game. Moss moving to first base.
Now that is a bad miss for Seth Maness. Watch how the fastball just stays inside. Beckham came about 4 feet from hitting that ball out of here.
So the double by Gordon Beckham, and now Eric Ibar, the switch hitter. Mike Matheny, slow walk out to the mound.
3 left-handers coming up for the Braves: Ibar, Markakis, and Freeman. That's why the left-hander will be in here.
That'll be Kevin Segrist, part of the Chevy call to the pen. Tall lefty coming in with a runner at second base in a tie game. $30,000 fans ages 16 and older can take home a replica Yadier Molina home white jersey. This one-of-a-kind jersey features a special 10th anniversary Busch Stadium 3-patch similar to the one that the team will wear the first homestand of this 2016 campaign. Tickets are available at Cardinals.com/promotions. There's so many fans that come in from out of town on the weekend dates, and next weekend loaded with promotions at Busch Stadium. Kevin Segras came in game 1 with 2 runners on and 2 outs in the 7th inning, got a ground out, then pitched the 8th to bridge the gap to get to Rosenthal.
Eric Aybar, a switch hitter. You just think about how the Cardinals struck gold with Kevin Segras. 1,244 players drafted before him.
Right.
I mean, think about that.
Well, he was drafted, Tim, in a round that does not even exist anymore. How about that? Aybar tied up and a strike. Talked to Kevin the other day. I said, how about starting? Is it still something you think about? He said, absolutely not. He said, I really like my role out of the bullpen. This fits my personality. I'm more of a guy that wants to be in every game. I don't want to think about if I had a bad game, and the days between starts, I like to get back out there. He was a starter in the minor leagues. Then they moved him to the third base side of the rubber, and that was big for him. Getting in on the righties,
as he just did with Aybar the last 2 pitches.
Gary LaRocque, who runs the minor leagues, went to Segras and said, don't be upset. You're going to the bullpen. Don't look at this as demotion. Look at this as being the fastest way to the big leagues. And sure enough, here he is. And Tim, his first year was a .45 ERA.
No home runs to left-handers until Ortiz took him deep in the World Series.
And there wasn't a pitcher alive that was going to get him out for about 10 days. He was on fire.
Yeah.
0-2 the count on Eric Aybar, who is 1 for 3.
I mean, guys from the bullpen, they almost consider themselves regular players.
Exactly.
That's you know, the everydayness that an everyday player has.
.02 pitch. That caught the home plate umpire, Mark Wegner. As Molina says, you all right? You might see Yadi go out in front of the plate, fiddle with the dirt, give the umpire a chance to catch his breath. Ouch. You know, the umpires, as you well know, Tim, no longer wearing the, well, not even wearing, but holding the protective gear behind home plate. They're now as geared up as some of the catchers in terms of their shin guards and the protective footwear that they have with the steel on the front of the toe.
They protect the toes. Catchers can't do that.
Yep.
Because catchers have to squat on the balls of your feet.
0-2. And it's a strikeout.
That's the thing about Kevin Segras. He will wear you out with that fastball. Coming inside, 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 and once again, inside part of the plate to get Aybar.
As you talked about in game 1, Nick Markakis is really good against left-handed pitching. And if you missed it, Tim told the story of how Markakis grew up with a father that is left-handed, so he's adept to seeing left-handed pitching.
All his life. That's not the case with most lefties.
Ball 1.
The good left-handed hitters that play every day against left-handed pitching have a base hit stroke the other way. Usually you sacrifice pulling the ball against left-handers.
The Braves have had a runner in scoring position every inning with the exception of the 3rd. There are the numbers in his career for Nick Markakis, longtime Baltimore Oriole right fielder. Gordon Beckham, the runner at second base. 2-0 the count. Line to the gap in left center field. Hazelbaker will not get there. One hops over the wall. And Nick Markakis does it again. Drives in Beckham. Atlanta on top 6-5. That's his 3rd double. his second RBI.
And predictably to left field. That ball hit the left center field. Markakis giving the Braves a lead again.
Markakis easily could be 4 for 4 with 4 extra base hits if not for the great catch by Piscotty and Wright back in the third. So he's 3 for 4 with 2 doubles, a run scored, 2 RBIs. And a strike to Freddie Freeman. 0 for 3 today. Struck out in the first, flied out to left and fly to center.
Yeah, he could have 4 doubles today.
Yep. Here's the 0-1. There's the curveball from Kevin Siegrist, is something that he featured in spring training and said he finally has confidence in this pitch, more so than even his slider. The 1-1.
That's it again.
And Timmy said there was 3 guys that really helped him with the breaking ball. Lance Lynn, different grips, what feels comfortable. He said Tyler Lyons, who we've seen has got a very good one, back off the slider, the positioning of the thumb, and then Adam Wainwright having an understanding of where it's going to break. Just playing catch, getting the feel of the baseball and trying to learn that breaking ball.
Well, usually if a pitcher throws a curveball and a slider, it's usually the slider is usually detrimental to the curveball, generally speaking. You can't have both. There are very few pitchers that have a good curve and a good slider, one or the other. And Kevin has opted for the breaking ball. See if Freeman gets that on a 3-2 count.
The 3-2 pitch. A little bit low. The run that scored, Beckham, by the way, charged to Manus. He goes a third of an inning, gives up a run, a hit, picked up a strikeout. Runners at first and second. Adonis Garcia, a couple of walks, one of those intentional, and also grounded out to second base. 2 outs, 2 on. Strike 1. Oh, and 2. And it's a call, third strike to Garcia. Siegrist got 2 strikeouts, but gives up the double to Markakis. Braves back on top at 6-5. Cardinals hit a home run. The Gateway Honda dealers donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Along with Jim Hayes and Tim McCarver, I'm Dan McLaughlin, and we are in the 7th inning. 3, 4, and 5 for the Cardinals. Piscotty, Moss, Grichuk. Winkler came in with the bases loaded back in the 6th and 2 outs and struck out Jeremy Hazelbaker to end the threat. Piscotty hits a hot shot to third. Garcia backhands and makes the play. Steven 1 for 4 with an RBI. Now it's Brandon Moss. Popped a 3-run homer back in the 3rd. The Cardinals are the only 4 hits today, but they've scored 5 runs. One-0 pitch to Moss. He evens it up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Moss breaks his bat, slowly hit towards second. Gordon Beckham makes the play. Winkler is from Effingham, Illinois, not too far away in Cardinal country there. He was selected by the Braves from Colorado back in 2014, the Rule 5 draft. So that means he has to spend the entire season with the Braves, and did so in 2015.
Or he goes back to the organization from which he came.
A lot of times you'll see, let's just say if the Braves, for argument's sake, last year wanted to send him down, offered back to Colorado, but then teams will work out a trade.
Make out a deal. Right. Yep. Right.
He was recovering from Tommy John surgery last year, so only appeared in 2 games, and that's it out of play by Randal Grichuk.
Yeah, a lot of organizations, knowing that, can draft a young pitcher or regular player and nurse him back to health, and that's what they've done with Winkler. Good arm. Some guys after Tommy John surgery now throw harder after it than before it. It's remarkable what the medical community can do with arms.
Think about some of the position players that have been Rule 5 players in recent history, like a Josh Hamilton. Dan Uggla was a great one, as the Braves know. Shane Victorino. Whoa! Behind Grichuk. And we'd mentioned he was coming back from Tommy John, and Winkler is done. He hurt his arm. Oh, man.
Boy, I'll tell you.
Oh, wow. That is hard to watch.
Oh. Jeff Porter, the trainer for the Braves, and Winkler leaving the mound willingly and just writhing in pain.
Oh.
see, the more you realize how much torque it is for the elbow of a pitcher, particularly one who has already had Tommy John surgery. Immediately, Winkler heads toward the dugout, and as we said, writhing in pain, and that gives you an idea that the violence in the throw and what the elbow goes through, and that ball way behind Grichuk, clearly getting away from Winkler. And no telling how long Dan will be on the shelf with this injury.
So Chevy called to the pin. It's Jim Johnson. He'll come in with a 2-ball, 2-strike count on Randal Grichuk. Inning and 2/3 so far for Jim Johnson. They'll give him all the time he needs to get loose. He was not throwing in the pen at the time. It's also a switch here, double switch. Kelly Johnson comes into the game and takes over at second base. I'm not saying it's on the same level of the injury of Dave Dravecky, but when I see a pitcher have that kind of injury, it makes me think back to that longtime Giant that
pitching in Montreal, I believe, when it happened.
Gruesome injury on just a routine pitch.
And Dave Dravecky ultimately had his left arm amputated.
So Jim Johnson will be the 5th pitcher used by the Braves today. Perez went 4 2/3. O'Flaherty came in to face one batter. That was Brandon Moss, and got him to fly out to right. Withrow 2/3 of an inning. And Winkler recorded 3 outs. And now it's Johnson. Your experience, Tim, how tough is it for the pitcher just to get loose, get ready when he hasn't been throwing in the bullpen and has to come into a situation like this?
It's tougher than it would normally be if he knew he were in the game, but you try to always be prepared. But who can be prepared for something that happened to Dan Winkler like that?
So again, the count is 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody on with 2 outs. Braves leading 6-5. The breaking pitch taken in the dirt, full count. Grichuk pinch hit back in the 6th inning for Matt Adams, and drew a walk, stole a base, and scored at the time the tying run back in the 6th. The 3-2, and it's a walk. That's good to see.
I was just thinking that. Partner.
That's scary.
It is. I mean, even in walking, sometimes can you walk your way out of a slump? Yes. The answer is yes.
Molina fouls it back.
Because when you walk, you're seeing the ball, and you're not committing too early.
If you're wondering, with 2-2, you're thinking, well, does that go against Winkler? No, the walk is charged to Johnson. 0-1 pitch. 0-2. What I liked in these at-bats with Grichuk, Tim, is that there was a couple of pitches that he'd been swinging at on the outer half.
Borderline, yep. Don't know whether they're strikes or not. Kind of a running situation here. 1-run ball game, 2 out, 0-2 to Molina. Johnson, a guy who relies on his sinker, and usually sinker ball pitchers, it's much more difficult for a catcher to throw pitches like that. Those heavy sinkers in the strike zone. Adds to a running. I see number 53, and I think of Don Drysdale, where I saw it, where his wife Ann Myers selling a lot of memorabilia. Kind of sad.
1-2 pitch, and Molina strikes out. Time to stretch in Game 3 of this weekend series. And we're going to stay right here for the singing of God Bless America.
America's freedom with the singing of God Bless America, performed by Atlanta opera tenor Timothy Miller.
While the storm clouds gather far across the sea,
let us swear allegiance to a land that's free.
Let us all be grateful.
Land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet
Thousands of Cardinal fans will be there at the home opener. Pep rally will be at the Busch 2 infield at Ballpark Village. Celebrate the return of baseball to downtown St. Louis. And stop by our tent, learn about Fox Sports Go, get a rally towel. Cardinals opening day pep rally tomorrow at 11 at Ballpark Village. Sungwon Oh and our Chevy call to the pin. And the first pitch is strike to Hector Olivera, and we're underway here in the bottom of the 7th. 6-5 Atlanta. Been a good start for O.
I don't think in O's appearances that he has thrown a ball intentionally inside to a right-handed batter yet.
Agreed. One of the key plate appearances in this game was Friday night. There's a good pitch to a right-hander. And that was Friday night game 1. Adonis Garcia at the plate. And he got the strikeout, you may recall, with a runner at third, and at that time 1 out. That made it 2 outs, and then Segris got a ground out. Cardinals get the pinch hit home run in the 8th and eventually win the game. But that was the key strikeout in game 1 of this series. 2-2 pitch to Oliveira. There's a strikeout. Plaza Tire Fox Tracks.
I have not spoken to O's interpreter, but I plan on it either tomorrow or Wednesday when we do those games against Milwaukee. About is one of the reasons that O won't come inside to right-handers, that because he's used to small ballparks that are in Japan and South Korea.
Good point. Very well could be the case. Flowers has walked twice and also singled to left with a run scored.
Over there, I mean, those ballparks are so small that those guys can hit it out when you throw that dangerous area inside. But they're bigger parks over here, but maybe he's gotten into the habit. It's a pretty good habit to get into if you can pinpoint that outside part of the plate, as O apparently has done.
You were part of a Goodwill tour, what, in the late 1960s, 68?
1968, yeah. Yeah, went to Japan to play 18 games in 33 days. That was after we had lost to the Detroit Tigers, and the Tigers came back and won 3 in a row. Had we won the World Series, it would have been a happier trip, obviously.
Yeah. 2-2. Strikeout for O. And it's a trip that changed the immediate future, by the way, of Steve Carlton because of what he learned from Bob Gibson.
That's, partner, you're right on the money. Steve Carlton learned the slider from Gibson on the plane ride from St. Louis. Actually, it's from Los Angeles to Tokyo, and perfected it the next year. He became the first pitcher ever to have 19 strikeouts in one game on September 15th, 1969. And went on to a Hall of Fame career, winning 329 games, most of them with the Philadelphia Phillies, after that trade that nobody could figure out in 1972 in spring training.
And the difference of
$10,000.
Oh, what might have been $10,000 to keep Steve Carlton.
And then Jerry Royce was traded within the next few months. And the Cardinals could have had Jerry Royce and Steve Carlton throughout the 70s, and they almost won divisions.
There's Wong to his left.
Let's put it this way, they contended every year.
Yeah. If you have those two, you win every year.
Over the top. You got it, brother.
surprises of week 1. The Reds 5-1. We'll see the Reds next weekend at Busch Stadium. This will be Juan Garcia and a pinch hitter for the Cardinals. Jim Johnson came in on a 2-2 count with 2 outs. And Randal Grichuk at the plate after Winkler had hurt himself. After 3 hits last night, Wong is hitless today. And Jerry Royce, he was traded because
of his mustache.
Oh my.
A blonde mustache. And Gussie Busch did not like blonde mustaches, and that's the truth. So Steve Carlton was traded because of $10,000 difference in the salary, and Jerry Royce was traded because of his blonde mustache.
It's painful to think about.
It is.
What might have been. 2-2 the count on Colton Wong.
Could have been a dynasty instead of the lumber company. It could have been the St. Louis Cardinals who won all those years. Lumber company, of course, the Pirates that won in 71 and 79.
Ground ball hit to the right side. And remember, too, in the early 70s, don't forget about Bob Gibson, who didn't retire until, what, 75?
75, so, yeah. Bob could have been still very effective through 1974. He wasn't throwing as hard then, of course. It could have been some pitching staff.
Thanks.
The thing about Royce and Carlton, they were so young at the time.
Thanks for putting me in a bad mood, McCarver.
Now McCarver.
Not Tim, because I know if I say McCarver,
not Timmy,
gets you in a bad mood.
Timmy Pooh, Tim. None of that. It's McCarver.
Here's a 1-0 Garcia. 2 balls and no strikes. Greg got the start today. Walked and scored in the 3rd. Walked in the 4th on a 3-2 pitch and 2 outs. Single to left to bring in Randal Grichuk. At that point, it tied the game up. Here's a little bouncer towards Kelly Johnson. Gets it on the short hop. 2 outs. Reminder that next weekend we have the Adam Wainwright bobblehead, courtesy of Nathan's Famous and Schnucks. That'll be Saturday. Friday night is the stadium giveaway. Then Sunday, the Yadier Molina jersey giveaway. All coming up when the Reds are in town beginning Friday night. The pinch hitter will be Matt Holliday. So on the bench for the Cardinals, they have Diaz left and Eric Fryer.
That's a fastball inside from Johnson. Tell you, in a 1-run ball game, late innings, there's no way I come inside to Holliday intentionally. That may have been unintentional.
And Holliday lifts a fly ball out to shallow center. This may drop, and it will. Base hit for Holliday, and the tying run is aboard. He needed that after a tough night here in Game 2. Holliday alone stranded 8 runners last night.
But it was a game in which the Cardinals scored 12 runs, so it's a lighter offer than it normally would be. Feel better about it. Thing is, you can't pinch run here. If you did, you'd have to pinch run with Diaz, and I'm not sure you want to use Diaz here. If you do tie it, you want to save him perhaps for extra innings.
Here's Carpenter. Fly to left, fly to center, struck out, and was hit by a pitch back in the 6th.
I mean, because, Dan, when you think about it, you're playing the odds, and with 2 outs and a man on first base, what are the odds?
Sure.
Now, if this were the 9th inning, maybe you do it because it's your last shot.
Right. Outfield is deep. And Carpenter is hit by the pitch. That is the third Cardinal hit today. Now do you think about it with Holiday in scoring position?
I don't think so. I think the same thing applies. On the other hand, as this ball hits Carpenter, that's all right. But if you're Holiday, you've got to cheat somewhere. And the time to cheat is right now when you're on second base. You have the advantage of 2 outs.
And here he is again with a chance to make a difference. It's Hazelbaker, and it's a base hit into right. Here comes Holiday. Waved home. Relay to the plate. Not in time, and this game is tied. Jeremy Hazelbaker does it again. And again, the Cardinals score with 2 outs.
All 6 runs scored with 2 outs today, and Holiday indeed had a jump from second base. With Holiday on at second base, how many times do you see him stand straight up on balls hit to the outfield? Not often. Markakis, a good arm in right field. Hazelbaker strikes again, and Holiday, realizing his speed, scores standing up.
Here's Piscotty, a chance to put the Cardinals on top. We're tied at 6. Piscotty, base hit into right, and the Cardinals have the lead. Piscotty comes through. 7-6 St. Louis. All 7 runs scored with 2 outs.
We talked about it last night. We talked about it Friday. Why would you shift against a guy who hits the ball on the ground to the right side? And that's exactly what Piscotty did. Normally, if the infield is straight up, that's a routine play, but the second baseman swung almost behind the bag at second. You can see where Kelly Johnson is right there. Routine ground ball. 7-6 Cardinals.
Here's Moss, who homered back in the 3rd. Tim, I'll go back to this. It has been a sloppy series any way you want to look at it, especially defensively for Atlanta.
Even from the guy who positions the infielders.
And Jim Johnson, I just wonder in the back of his mind, he's thinking, I should be out of this inning. That ball that was hit by Holiday should have been caught in center field.
That's a very good point and accurate too, Dan.
But you pitch around it. You got to pick up your teammates, right?
Yeah, but you can't pitch around misalignment on the infield. I mean, you're a ground ball pitcher, and a ground ball hit into a position has got to be fielded. That's what he's probably thinking right now. Because you talk to a lot of pitchers, they do not like the overshifts.
No. I'd say most of them do not.
Me too. Particularly in game situations, the late innings. You got a guy who had 101 saves in 2012 and 13 with the Orioles. He knows where infielders are supposed to be.
Yes, sir. Kelly Johnson, the second baseman, asking for sunglasses. Extreme shift put on here for Brandon Moss. Outfield, for the most part, is straight away, but you look at Oliveira in left, and he's near the line.
Too much so, really. The big gap in left center field, and that gap shouldn't be there.
The 1-2. The next to Moss, and how did that not hit him? Moss was hit by a pitch back in the second inning, and I have no idea how this missed him.
I don't either.
Did everything but hit him.
Almost crawling up his leg. And then a little right-footed limp.
Man.
3-run home run. He wants to hit again.
Don't blame him. The 2-2. And he strikes out. The Cardinals, though, a bloop single by Holiday. Carpenter hit by a pitch. Hazelbaker the single. Piscotty the single. 2-run score. Birds back on top. Louis Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light. Raise one, two right now. New pitcher for the Cardinals is Jonathan Broxton. He'll handle the 8th scoreless inning for Seung-Hwan Oh. 2 more strikeouts for him. It's been Wainwright, Manus, Siegrist, Oh, and now Broxton in our Chevy. Cole to the pin. He's got 8, 9, and 1 in the lineup. This will be Stubbs. Then Beckham and Ibar. First pitch, a strike. Crowd today, 23,214. 2-3, 2-1-4. One pitch to Stubbs, who hit a 3-run homer earlier. Longtime season ticket holder Bart Connors from Chesterfield enjoying the game today. Happy birthday to him. Comes from his 2 sons, Mark and Sean, watching the action here on Fox Sports Midwest. Happy birthday, Bart Connors. That's taken high. 2-2. Again, our pregame coverage beginning at noon tomorrow, the home opener. Carpenter is guarding the line, the outfield straight away. 2-2. Got him to chase. Strikeout for Broxton. Braves have struck out 8 times today. Here's Gordon Beckham. part of a double switch back in the 6th inning, and nearly hit a home run off the top of the wall and left for a double. Then came around to score on a double by Markakis. Broxton's kind of like old reliable, isn't he? I mean, doesn't get hurt, ready to go every day.
Tough to hurt when you're the size of Jonathan Broxton. Whew, 260.
Big man.
He really is.
Got the chance to visit with Jonathan more this year than last season. Full spring training with the Cardinals. Enjoys hunting in the offseason. Real good guy. Quiet, just does his job.
Like most men his size, very gentle. That's a broad brush, I guess, to paint men that are that size and all gentle. Well, not trying to take liberties up here, but it is amazing how many big guys like that are just very, very gentle.
Quiet, goes about his business. Good teammate. 2-2 pitch. Remember when he came up with the Dodgers, he was an outstanding closer. Consistently, night after night, 98 to 100 miles an hour. He is from this area, too. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cardinals pitching has struck out 4 the last 5 they have seen.
The way Jonathan is throwing right now, you do not want to walk anybody. He's hard and heavy, and perhaps at his best right now. Strong, don't want to walk anybody.
3-2 pitch. Tying run is aboard. That's the 7th walk issued by the Cardinals. Eric Aybar, a single back in the 1st to left field, scored. Twice he has flied to left and also struck out in the 6th. Ball 1. Runner goes, and it's hit out of play. This defense right now being used on the infield in particular, Tim, all weekend long we've seen Aybar just trying to slap it to left field, and because Carpenter is on the line and playing in, it wouldn't be that difficult for him just to stick the bat out and slap it the other way.
Well, you have to play him shallow in left field. You dare him to hit a ball over your head. Normally, with normal hitters in the late innings, you're playing the no doubles defense. With him, it's no singles.
1-1. He's trying to take it that way too.
Yeah, well, the reason is he can't drive the ball over the head of the opposite fielder. He's not strong enough. Might hit a fly ball, but you have a chance to get back on it.
We've seen that twice today.
Yeah. Right.
Short lead at first by Beckham. Now time called. Pierzynski and Francoeur left on the bench for Freddie Gonzalez. For the Cardinals in their bullpen, Rosenthal is ready. Bowman, certainly, if you got into extra innings, could give you plenty of innings. Cardinals probably not wanting to go to Tyler Lyons after 2 innings last night.
Ibar's the key guy, particularly with the Braves' best hitter on deck. That's Markakis.
2-2 pitch. It's another 2-2 from Jonathan Broxton to Ibar. 3-2. See what they do with the runner at first here.
I think he's got to run. Primarily because of the type of hitter you have at the plate. A guy who does not strike out a lot. Broxton has walked 1. You don't want to walk Ibar.
Strike him out, throw him out. There he goes. A 3-2 is pulled foul.
Yeah, it's the first part of that saying that is tough to do, and that's striking out Ibar. Throwing out Beckham's not nearly as tough as the first part of it.
Ibar last year 597 at bats, struck out 73 times. 589 the year before, only 62. More than likely puts the ball in play. 3-2. There goes the runner, and it's perfectly placed the other way. Ibar slapping it to left for his second hit. Runners at the corners now for Atlanta.
And the Cardinals with the wrong guy covering. That was Garcia. That was a fastball away. Ibar did was slap it the other way. You can see Garcia going toward the bag. That opened up the hole, and Beckham easily goes to left field. I beg your pardon, to third base as the ball goes to left field. I think you almost have to play double play depth right here and hope you get a ground ball at somebody.
Remember, the Cardinals have already used Segrist. A couple lefties now coming up in Markakis and Freeman.
The walks are killers.
Aren't they, though?
Kill you.
Markakis is 1 for 4 against Broxton, but he's had a good day. 3 doubles, 3 for 4. And if not for a tremendous play by Piscotty back in the third, it's another extra base hit. Moss holding it first. Carpenter even with the bag at third. Double play depth up the middle. Mention this, and I think it's worth noting here. When Markakis swings, over 90% of the time he makes contact. So he's going to put the ball in play. We'll see if he can get it on the ground and get that double play. Molina sets up inside the 1-0 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rosenthal getting loose in the pen. Might be one of those cases, Tim, that if Broxton can somehow get Markakis, run doesn't score, you bring in Rosenthal for a 4-out save.
Sure.
Get your closer up. More than likely you're going to use him. Here's a 2-1 pitch. 2-2. Cardinals at one point had a lead of 4-1. If you're just joining us, home run, 1 swing of the bat by the Braves, 3-run shot. Drew Stubbs tied the game up at 4. And since that time, in the 4th inning, it's been back and forth. The 2-2, Broxton to Markakis.
If you're an infielder, you got to cheat in, and the reason for that, the runner probably will be going, so that's going to in itself erase the double play. So there may be a play on Beckham coming home.
3-2, runner goes. So Carpenter at third is backed up.
You notice on that pitch that ball was fouled off. Both Garcia and Wong held their position.
Right fielder Piscotty fairly deep. Grichuk in center straight away. Hazelbaker is in left.
Now the infield's coming in. Both Garcia and Wong and Carpenter.
Three-2. Runner goes, and it's a called third strike on the outside corner. Oh, how big is that?
I think the Cardinals got a break there. Guy like Markakis, an experienced major league hitter, is not going to take a pitch like that. But Molina held the ball and held it and held it and held it to get the strike.
You don't pitch to Freeman here, do you?
I don't think so.
See what the Cardinals want to do. As a matter of fact, they will intentionally walk Freddie Freeman with first base open. They'll load him up for Adonis Garcia. And then does Mike Matheny go to Rosenthal? Francoeur is on deck. That's 9 strikeouts in this lineup for the Braves. This will be the 8th walk the Braves have received. This looks to be a double switch.
Right on it, partner.
So the Cardinals are going to have Aledmys Diaz, it looks like, come into play shortstop, then shift Garcia to third, and Carpenter from third to first, and Rosenthal coming in the game to try to get a 4-out save. Our Chevy called to the pen. Back with more. Bases loaded when we come back. Right here, Trevor Rosenthal will face hometown favorite Jeff Rancourt with the bases loaded. Here are the changes for the Cardinals. Carpenter shifting from third to first across the diamond. Aledmys Diaz, who's committed a couple of errors this week, takes over at short, and Greg Garcia shifting from short to third. So here we go. Bases loaded. Rancourt at the plate. My partner today, Tim McCarver, noticed that Rosenthal was
didn't throw a strike.
A little
throw
erratic.
a strike warming up. 8 pitches, no strikes.
Ah, like that. Strike one.
That's a key pitch right there, particularly to a guy like Rancourt, who will swing at anything. The freest swinger in baseball is at the plate.
Here's the 0-1. Make it 0-2.
Figure this game out. Freest swinger in baseball just took 2 pitches.
And the guy warming up couldn't throw a strike, and he throws 2 of them.
Oh, man.
The 0-2 pitch. Rosenthal pitched game 1 of this series. And a 1-2-3 ninth inning with a pair of strikeouts. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rancourt strikes out. Rosenthal gets the strikeout, and the Braves strand the bases loaded. Flaherty, Withrow, Winkler, Johnson, and now Jose Ramirez in our Chevy call to the pen as the Cardinals are looking for a sweep. Here in the ninth, it'll be Grichuk, Molina, and Colton Wong for St. Louis.
Good job by Trevor Rosenthal throwing that fastball just off the plate away to get Francoeur.
Grichuk pinch hit back in the sixth and stayed in the game. He's walked twice. Run scored, stole a base. As Tim mentioned, does not get any easier for the Atlanta Braves. Potentially could lose every game on their homestand, their opening homestand, to drop to 0-5, and then facing Max Scherzer on the road tomorrow night. Cardinals, their home opener. And we'll see Michael Wacha, Taylor Youngman tomorrow, 3:15 first pitch, noon with our pregame show. And it's a leadoff walk. What a shock. Let's go pitch by pitch. Rosenthal against Francoeur with the game on the line.
Well, this free swinger that we told you about takes up until 0-2, and it's tough to do against Trevor Rosenthal, and after missing low and away. Watch where this 1-2 pitch is. Just off the plate away. Sailing fastball. Good pitch from Rosenthal to get out of it.
Molina 0 for 4 today. Four for 24 to start the year.
There's just no defense for a walk. No defense for it. No position player behind you can help you.
Cardinals have issued 8 walks today, and they may come away in this game unscathed with a win. That doesn't happen very often. You walk 8, normally you lose. But on the flip side, Braves have walked 6, with 3 of the 6 coming around to score so far. 1 ball, 1 strike.
First strike thrown by Ramirez after 5 straight balls.
Ramirez pitched the 7th last night. Gave up 2 hits and a run. Struck out 1, walked 1. Molina pops it back and foul into the seats. Runner goes, and that's a base hit out to left field. Grichuk on his way to third. They'll hold him up. Yadi on his way to second base. No one's at the bag.
You know what's great about this base hit? Not that Grichuk was running, and not that he got a hit, but that was a fastball up and in to Yadier Molina. It might be the first time this year that he's turned on a fastball inside with that bad thumb.
Good point. More times than not, he's just trying to guide the ball into right.
Yeah, but he brought the hands in, and that was a tough pitch to pull, and he did it.
Infield drawn in for Atlanta with runners at second and third. Nobody out. And a strike to Colton Wong, who was 0 for 4. Flied out, 2 ground outs, and struck out. And the 0-1. Now it's 0-2. Jose Ramirez is 6'1", 215 pounds from the Dominican. Does have some major league time with the Yankees. Most recently, Seattle prior to this stop with the Atlanta Braves. Those are 2 big runs out there for the Cardinals, trying to get some insurance if they can pick up a sweep. And Wong waves at it, strikes out.
Colton Wong with a very difficult time waiting. He ends up taking the first pitch. Then he got into a tough situation. Now, Greg Garcia is going to be walked intentionally. That, by the way, is why the double switch was employed in the bottom of the 8th inning, to bring Diaz up to the plate and not Rosenthal.
See the first plate appearance of the afternoon for Aledmys Diaz. It's been a fun week for him. Major league debut, first major league hit, home run, and triple. He tripled in the 8th last night. That was off a Gant. That was an RBI. And Aledmys was on base 4 times. Reached on an air. He walked. A couple of hits. So the bases are loaded for Aledmys Diaz. Why not cap off the week with a base hit here? Seventh walk the Cardinals have received today. And Diaz stays away from the slider. The appeal did not go. Here's a 1-0 pitch. 2 balls and no strikes.
Good hitting count for Diaz.
(2-0). Diaz ready for it too, and
that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. Turn on a 2-0 pitch. 3-1. Turn on it. Don't feel for it.
Diaz 4 for 9 to begin his big league career. Couple of RBIs. The 2-1 pitch. Fouled back. Just below us. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Intriguing, isn't he? Aledmys Diaz.
Yeah, it's a good word.
Time call. Two pitch on its way. Diaz with a fly ball out to deep right field. Markakis is back over his head. 2 runs will score at least. Diaz to second and gives the Cardinals insurance. Aledmys Diaz. 9-6 St. Louis.
Last night, his last at bat, he opened our eyes with a triple and really aired it out going into third base. This would have been another triple had it not been for Greg Garcia, who had stopped between first and second, properly stopped to see if Markakis was going to make the catch. And that slowed up Diaz, and he only has a double. I say only. Drives in 2 big runs. Huge hit.
Here's Carpenter. And a high fly ball lifted out to right field. Markakis back, looks up, gone! 3-run homer! You want insurance? You got it!
I think the Cardinals run the risk now of being overinsured.
They'll take it, though.
Oh, yeah.
12-6 Cardinals. Matt Carpenter with a home run. 3-run shot, the second 3-run homer of the Cardinals today. The other off the bat of Moss. 5 runs here in the ninth.
Matt Carpenter with his first home run of the year.
The chant of "Let's go Cardinals" here in Atlanta. All the runs prior to this inning were scored with 2 outs. Hazel Baker had a key hit, an RBI in the 8th inning for the Cardinals. He has been on base 3 times, an RBI and a run scored along with a stolen base. Began the day in center field. And that's another aspect of his game. He gives you versatility, can play left or right. A strikeout on a pitch in on his hands. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Stephen Piscotty. Piscotty, pair of RBIs, 2 hits, and 2 for 5 on the day. What has been a long afternoon of baseball. What may be a long year of baseball for Freddie Gonzalez. It's tough. I mean, they know it. It's no secret. You know, they're rebuilding.
Well, they bought the lot.
Yes, they did.
Out in North Atlanta. About 10 miles from here.
The 3-1 pitch taken high. 3 walks in the inning. Freddie Gonzalez is just trying to get through the inning here with Ramirez. This will be the 9th man to come to the plate. This will be Trevor Rosenthal. And we talked about how the Cardinals have found those hidden gems in the draft. Well, here's one of them, Trevor Rosenthal, who was a shortstop discovered by Braden Looper's uncle. And Braden is now working in the front office for John Mozeliak. Saw the arm and said, let's get him. The 1-1 pitch. If you're Mike Matheny, do you instruct Rosenthal, do not swing? Take the risk of even getting hurt?
Maybe. Yeah, probably. certainly that, but more importantly, get out of the way.
Yeah. Nobody throwing right now in the Atlanta pen. This is on Ramirez. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Just leave the batter's box. I'm serious. Just leave the batter's box.
And a called 3rd strike on Rosenthal. Big inning for St. Louis. 5 runs and a 12-6 lead. Hits today and 12 runs, and 6 is a serious number thanks to those 12 runs. Get any size coffee, fountain, or frozen drink tomorrow for just 50 cents at your local On the Run, and use the On the Run app to find your nearest store. You earned it.
And for some of you folks out there, you may be thinking, well, does Trevor Rosenthal get a save because it's 6 runs that separates the Cardinals from the Braves? Well, the answer is yes, because of what he did in the 8th inning, not the 9th.
Key at bat in this game, bases loaded, 2 outs, Francora at the plate, and Trevor came in and got the strikeout.
That is, provided Trevor leaves the game at the end of the game, you know, and the odds on that, unless there is a surprising explosion,
lined into right for a base hit,
is unlikely.
You know, 2 years ago, Tim, it was a concern with the walks with Rosenthal.
Yes,
you know, and now it's kind of an afterthought when you think about Broxton loading the bases and bringing in Rosenthal and loading them on purpose to get the situation that you wanted. You don't really worry about his lack of control concerning walks anymore. Just something to think about.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Working from the stretch last year in spring training, no more windups, often leads to more wildness than a guy who works from the stretch.
Play behind the runner with a 6-run lead. Runner at first is Oliveira, and this is Flowers. What a difference 3 days can make in the game of baseball. You come out of Pittsburgh, the off day, and everybody's talking about the lack of offense, the amount of strikeouts. Starting pitching was not very good.
Defense was not very good.
Yes. And it looks like the Cardinals come out of Atlanta, and that's a nasty breaking ball, a strikeout for Rosenthal, number 2, but it looks like they'll come away with a sweep, and head home at 3-3. You play 500 on the road, you win at home overall once it all plays out. Aledmys Diaz is our Budweiser player of the game. Another key hit for him, a 2-run double in the 9th and a run scored.
What a great series he's had.
That's hit out of play by Kelly Johnson. If you're the Braves, you look at this series, you see, as we presently speak, 11 strikeouts in this game, and they issued 8 walks. They struck out 11 times, and their pitching staff gave out 11 walks, or rather 8 walks. And you do that, that's a combination not to win.
It's not that you lose 3 in a row. It's not that you get swept. It's how you got swept. It has been an ugly series for the Braves, and the Cardinals the beneficiaries.
Ground ball right side, off the glove of Wong and into shallow right field. Throw to third. Probably not necessary. Runners at the corners now with 1 out.
No, not a good play, knowing that the pitcher's not going to be over there to back up the play, because the pitcher, if anything, is on the right side of the infield. Nobody behind Carpenter.
So base hit.
Or I should say Garcia. Pardon me, Dan.
Base hit for Johnson, and here it is.
See, all the traffic for the Cardinals is on the right side of the infield. Normally, the pitcher would be behind the third baseman.
Drew Stubbs, 3-run homer back in the 4th. Pair of strikeouts and a walk. Right now, if you're Mike Matheny, you are hoping for a quick, and I mean quick, 9th inning for Rosenthal to be able to bounce back with the day game tomorrow.
Do have a couple of hours extra with the 3 o'clock start, and as Dan has said throughout this telecast, we'll be on the air at 12 o'clock, so 3 hours before the game. It's unusual for us to be on that far in front of the game.
There's a check swing, and he went. Strikeout of Stubbs, and the Braves down to their final out. And I needed to tell you this too. We have a production meeting at 6:45 a.m. So I'll see you at the Starbucks across from Busch Stadium.
Might as well sleep at the park tonight when we get on.
Hate to tell you, Tim, you might be the only one there at 6:45.
Yeah, I'm not falling for that.
Here's Gordon Beckham. And he looks at a ball. So Rosenthal has given up a couple of hits. He has struck out 3 and trying to get the final out. One-0 pitch. It's fielder's indifference as Johnson takes the bag at second. Three and 0. We've seen 12 pitchers used in this game. 6 aside. Wainwright, Manus, Siegrist, Broxton, now Rosenthal. The 3-1 pitch. Bases loaded. Bases loaded for Erick Aybar. And the first pitch taken for a ball inside. Three pitches now for Trevor Rosenthal. One ball, one strike. Aybar is singled and scored back in the first. Twice he flied out to left. Struck out in the sixth. And a base hit back in the eighth. Ground ball, this should do it. Wong backing up, bobbles it. And that extends the ball game. The routine plays again, getting the best of Kolten Wong.
Yep. I mean, that ball, he swallows that ball normally. Yeah, I don't even think it goes into the books as a careless error. I just think he's as messed up defensively as he is offensively now, and sometimes you slump on both sides of the ball, and I think Kolten may be going through that right now.
Pitch number 28.
And as you pointed out, not necessarily the extension of the game. The Cardinals expect to win, but it's with every pitch, you're tiring Rosenthal with a day game tomorrow.
1-1. You know, the saving grace, I guess, for Mike Matheny. You have the off day on Tuesday.
Right.
Which plays into the usage potentially tomorrow.
Sure.
Braves down to their final strike. The 1-2. And a strikeout of Markakis, and the Cardinals have a sweep against the Atlanta Braves. 12-7 the final, and St. Louis improves to 500. They are 3-3 this year. The Cardinals strike out 13 Atlanta Braves today, en route to the sweep over Atlanta, and the Cardinals now 3-3. On to the post-game show. Al Hrabosky is standing by. So is Pat Paris with all the highlights, and they'll get you set for opening day in St. Louis. That comes your way next.